Right, commissioners, we are live.
Okay, welcome to the Raleigh County Commission meeting of January 4th. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's good to see everyone. Welcome. Do we have public comments? Oh, we have two.
Good morning, Commissioners. Elizabeth Ward, Human Resources Director. And I just wanted to publicly thank some of the folks who helped make the K-State Pop-Tart Bowl celebration here happen. They put in a lot of work. And so we had Vivian did a ton of work planning and when getting things arranged and decorating. Josh Gehring and Shanika Rose both helped set up and organize the health department EMS side. Donna Rivera and Eve Clark were organized that Public Works and Noxious Weed site. They have that area covered. And then Lauren Muir and Shannon Sterling both did everything here in the BOCC and over at our office building. So decorations, drinks, Pop-Tarts galore. We really had a nice time. I think a lot of the employees had a nice time. And I think the next day there were 2 Pop-Tarts left, or at least in this complex. So it's pretty good. Thanks for your support on that. I think we had a nice time. So.
It was nice. Morning, Evan McMillan, Public Works. Just wanted to let you guys know that if the weather cooperates, we do plan to burn at the transfer station. Just that's how much moisture we get. So yeah, we'll keep you posted.
Okay,
Nice.
thank you. Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to commissioner comments. Commissioner McKinley.
All right, well, you got my voice, had bronchitis and spent most of the last week at home. But finally got ahead of it. And Tuesday evening, I attended the Leonardville City Council meeting. The new members were sworn in. They've got mayor is Chris Schultz and new council members were Jeff Falk and Marlene Hope. That's all I got.
Okay, Commissioner Ford.
Mayor, Council of Five.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, hopefully everybody had a safe and wonderful start to 2024. I don't know if it's just me, but it seemed to come really quick this year. Thursday afternoon, I did meet with Elizabeth Ward for a while. We discussed a few items as the year approaches. Several of those may or may not come up in dialogue here shortly as well, yet to be determined. Thursday night, speaking of the Pop-Tarts Bowl, I watched K-State beat NC State in 28-19. Pretty good game all the way down there to the end. And like what I saw, we played a lot of people, especially in the Avery Johnson era. NC State was a pretty good team, so you can kind of see where we're at comparable at the moment. When we get a couple of transfers, and here in this week we may get a really good offensive coordinator.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it looks like the future is looking pretty good at this point in time, and we're going to be in really good shape there. So, good way to end the 23 season and work into 2024. Fall will be here in no time. So, Friday morning, I spent some time with Vivian Leva, our press information officer, on Microsoft Teams call. Have a couple of ideas on some things to maybe help better educate and inform the public on commission activities for 2024. Discussion is still kind of a work in progress at this moment. May or may not yet come to fruition. We'll see. So just discussing at this particular point in time. Weekend, for the most part, was pretty quiet, given the circumstances. I did have a couple of friends that came into town, had dinner for New Year's Eve, and then went down and saw they say it's an apple. I don't know. It still looks like a strawberry to me. I'll just say fruit drop at Kites down there. It was a little chilly. I think we've had chillier years for sure. So, and it looked like it was pretty well attended for the most part. I don't know if it was more or less than years prior. Kind of depends on events and activities that were going on, but it's a good way to kind of just start off the new year. Not completely quiet at home, but not loud and obnoxious either, I guess. So, kind of is what it is. Watched quite a bit of football. I guess on Monday. It's kind of my typical tradition, get up, watch bowl games. The early bowl games were pathetic. I mean, they were just all blowouts. Got to the semifinal games; those were fun to watch. Wasn't necessarily disappointed with the outcomes of those either. And Tuesday went back to work. I've put in, I think, 22 or 23 hours the last 2 days. I'm kind of worn out, so that's where we kind of stand. One thing over the last week, though, speaking of the Pop Box Bowl, one item from there I just kind of can't get enough of are edible mascots. Talk about live mascots, talk about fake mascots, talk about changing mascots, talk about mascots. We don't talk about enough about being able to eat mascots.
I know, and
that's a concept that I think we need more of in this world. We just do. And
Are you thinking we ought to eat Willie?
well, I'm thinking we just,
Wow.
I didn't necessarily think that, but I was thinking maybe we need more bowl games with,
Fun stuff.
yeah, maybe like, I don't know, maybe. Like, I don't know the.
Prime Rib Bowl.
Chick-fil-A.
I was gonna say, we're gonna say
So with that, you have the Idaho Potato Bowl. Not the Duke Mayo Bowl. We don't need condiments. It's gotta be actual edible food, but outside of it,
All right. Cheese.
correct, twice technically.
Did you see that the cheese, they had the cheese bowls the next day?
Yeah.
And the cheese at mascot had a sign that said, "Don't eat me."
I did not see that. See, it's catching on. Edible mascots. It's gonna be a thing of 2024. I got dibs on that too, by the way.
His prediction for 2024.
Yeah,
Edible
edible
mascot.
mascots. I'm calling it right now. Bug out.
You're gonna get some calls on that one.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Fine.
okay. Well, I got back to town on Saturday evening. Was glad to get on the ground. It was a weird trail, but so Tuesday, weekend, I was pretty tired, so I didn't make it down to Aggieville. Did have dinner with some friends, but it was an early evening for New Year's, which is usually watch bowl games the next day. Caught up on a lot of things, but I came into the office on Tuesday morning and signed some paperwork from last Thursday's meeting. Spent some time in my office going over some paperwork and I purged a lot of paper out of my files, which I still have a lot to do. It just really adds up over the year. So that evening, Tuesday evening, I did watch the city commission meeting on TV, and the new commissioners were seated. The remarks were made by Linda Morris and Mark Hattasol. It was a short meeting, fairly short, with only one item of business, which was them discussing annexation and they've got some new regs coming out about how they annex places, especially with sewer, connections, water connections. So that was kind of interesting. We might want to keep checking on that. Wednesday, had several personal meetings. I took my car into the shop to have it maintained, had some troubleshooting. The battery was dead when I got to Kansas City on Saturday night, and so I needed to have it checked. So there's a strange car in our parking spot. You see, so hopefully I'll get it back today. Let's see. Most of the week was spent catching up with things around the house, including time working in my home office, getting caught up on emails and bills, and then I went over today's agenda and documents for today's meeting. So that's all I have.
Ready for business, commissioners? First item I have is I need a motion for 2024 special alcohol grant fund agreement for Riley County Court Services.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the alcohol fund grant agreement with the city of Manhattan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chair, please sign.
To the Mercury put a correction on it. That first said it was county funds. They put a correction.
Oh, that's nice.
It's in giving us contact.
Next, I need a motion to approve change order number 2 with Reese Construction Company, Inc. for Union Road culvert replacement in the amount of minus $5,000.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve the change order in amount of $5,000 for the Union Road culvert replacement project.
Second.
So moved and seconded to approve the change order, updating the total project cost for the Union Road culvert replacement. All in favor? Aye.
Chair, please sign.
It's nice to see credits.
John's not here. Usually Evan brings us good news.
Keep doing that, by the way, for 24.
Keep him in the office. Next, I need a motion to approve change order number 2 with Ebert Construction Company, Inc. for Flat Rock Road culvert replacement in the amount of a negative $8,793.44.
I'll make a motion to approve the change order in an amount of $8,793.44 for Flat Rock Road culvert replacement project.
Second.
So moved and seconded to approve the change order, the amount of $8,793.44 for Flat Rock culvert replacement project. Favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chair, please sign. Oh, no, hard to believe. Next, I need a motion for a highway use permit granting Twin Valley Telephone permission to bury fiber optic cable to 6107 Fawn Road.
Make a motion to approve the highway use permit, granting Twin Valley Telephone permission to complete work as outlined in the permit.
Second.
So moved and seconded to approve the highway use permit for Twin Valley Telephone. All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Chair, please sign.
I need to put the date on there. Okay.
Next, I need a motion to approve CIP project amendment form for election CPE fourth floor renovation in the clerk selections department in the amount of $720,000.
This is what was discussed on Thursday.
Yep, last meeting.
Okay.
Correct.
I'll make a motion to amend the CIP project. The Raleigh County Clerks Department for the total amount of $720,000.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the amendment for the clerk's department in the amount of $720,000 total. All in favor?
Okay.
Next, I have Riley County Board of Commissioners need to sign Riley County Personnel Action Form for Andrea Orellana, new hire, temporary part-time drug endangered children coordinator, health department. All 3 signed, please.
And this is a new position.
This is one of the grant funded.
The grant funded
It's
one.
temporary and it has a 2-year lifespan right now, but we will ask for more grants. I can get a little bit of that, but right now it's 2 years. It's 1,040 hours. And I am excited. It was actually posted in September. So, yeah, I'm excited to get it filled, yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Any changes to the minutes, commissioners?
Yeah. Very last thing,
Let me pull them up here, Greg.
nothing was 14. Move to approve. CIP didn't revise like moves to. That was the original one. Approved 720,000 for current cost, including roof repairs and water.
Yeah, because this one just says excluding them.
Yeah.
It's 720 of the amount, gotcha.
And
Yeah.
then remember we changed it.
Uh-huh.
That includes roof.
Yep.
Which I know, I mean, we just signed the CIP to do that. It just
Yep, I do.
didn't get it
Yep,
advised.
no, we definitely need to have it corrected. Okay, anything else, commissioners?
I didn't see it. I'll make a motion then to approve the minutes as amended from the December 28th, 2023 meeting of the Wright County.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes from as amended from December 28, 2023. All in favor? Aye.
Oh, the tentative agendas, look, commissioners. Any item, go ahead.
I was thinking there was something. Trying to pull it up here to remind myself. Oh, you have county officials luncheon. Listed.
I was gonna ask, it didn't, I don't think the department heads have anything, so unless
Yeah,
you do.
yesterday, we had department head meeting, yeah,
Okay.
and department heads didn't have anything, so it's if the commissioners have anything.
Wasn't going to, I was actually gonna say, cancel January and February and plan on March.
Do a quarterly one again,
Yeah.
unless there's something else.
Yeah.
Consensus for maybe doing that.
Yep.
January, February. Will do.
We're gonna just make it easy.
Sure.
That's what I wanted to do. Outside of that, it was good.
Yep, sounds good. Any items for next week's press conference, commissioners? Okay, if not, we have Elizabeth Ward at 9:00.
Can I ask, do we want to probably continue going on the road next year? Is there another time that might bring more people in, or 6 o'clock? I didn't know if doing it earlier and or if they just have to get used to it or what.
No, I'm of the opinion that if there's not an issue on the table that brings people in, they're not gonna come.
Got more people than we get here.
Yeah.
Well, that's
You
true.
know.
So I didn't know if another time might work better, and I think we should continue, but you know, maybe more will come.
Might tentatively look at that, see what dates are available,
Yeah,
something similar.
Yeah, I mean, we know our dates, we just gotta check with the
Yeah,
other
that's
entities,
what
you know, on when, like I said, we've done this many times in my long career. We did some at the regular county commission times, just up there, maybe like at 9:00. So we've done it in the morning, then we've done it after hours, and it's generally what it is, commissioners. It hasn't changed, and this time was no different. If you look, it was all staff and city councils of those communities. That's who really came, and you know, it's the same as business here. You know, people come when there's a big issue. You know, and like if we're talking about the ambulance station, we'd have had a lot of people up there. You know, but it's just how it is. It's a good community outreach effort if you want to do that, but it is what it is. You can tell. It's, you know, because people have talked about county commission meetings after hours here. People will come when there's an issue, you know, that when there's an issue. And so, especially now that everyone can watch them via the interweb. So we have done it at regularly timed commission meetings in the mornings. And many times when we did that, like the Leonardville restaurant was open, we'd hold them and we'd all go have lunch afterwards over there and kind of stick around. Or if Randolph had a restaurant, we'd go do that, you know. So we've done both, and the participation is what you've seen at the others. It's generally just the city council people and county staff. Mhm.
Well, and I think, and it looks like we tried to schedule them the last week, which is when our staff isn't as full. The last week, which works fine, so we don't have to drag so many people out.
And we even tried to, schedule those individuals like David and Russell of someone that might have interest of what that department, to try and bring more people in. And it just kind of is what it is. They'd be there if they had a real issue with that department or something we were talking about, but they don't. And so, which is good. We don't want big issues.
Yeah.
But we can schedule them whenever we have two or more of you that agree when you would like to have them or not have them.
I don't know, see, just look at the schedule, try to fill some dates.
Okay.
Oh, did you guys get the email from the Proctor?
Yeah,
Yes.
I didn't
I
read
just-
through the
well,
legislation.
I'm gonna give some background on him.
Okay,
He came up here, lived in Leavenworth all the time, but Watt got several contacts from Leavenworth sending pictures saying, oh, look, Greg was in the paper. He put that in the paper, submitted it to the paper and put it in with that. He said, and then his write-up for it says he was invited to come discuss that issue with us. He invited himself. He didn't invite him.
No, he actually sent me an email
I know.
and asked if.
I know we didn't invite him.
Oh,
He invited
gotcha.
him.
We're not the ones that reached out.
He invited himself, and then because one person even called and said, he doesn't support that guy, does he? Because, so I went online on their paper and was search, had to take a month subscription to get online, search for his name. The letters to the editor coming in there saying, from the city saying, he says this about the city, it's not true. Letters from the county commissioners saying, he said this at these meetings, it's not true. This is not what's being done. This county commission, the chairman of the county commission, I made a presentation saying, he said this and this about the county, it's not true. He's,
is he a new commissioner or has he been?
he's in his second or third term,
Oh, really?
but most of his district is on the fourth. But he went after the commissioners about LABTR, said, oh, they want that because they just want more slush fund money.
Mhm.
Is that what they would do with it, maybe?
Right. Yeah, and he did the same thing to the city, and he's asking us, and said, and I guess he sent out, I guess newsletters sent out and indicated that we were supporting him on this thing.
And that's before, that was before he came up too.
Oh,
Yeah, he was even saying that before,
Yeah.
that Riley County supported.
Yeah.
Mhm, I had heard that.
and my wife said, and this lady was saying, had various comments concerning Mr. Proctor.
What's so ironic is how they point to it being a local government slush fund. Why does no one ever point out the state uses it as their slush fund money that's
That's what-
from local governments?
One of the ones, I don't know if the city or the county, one of the people responded saying he was complaining because the revenue neutral rate, they didn't meet the revenue neutral rate. And they said, well, here's what, he said we should keep our same rate. In the 3 years he's been on the state legislature, they've gone up 10% a year, but they don't have to have a revenue neutral rate to report that. He complains about the city and that the state's gone up even more than the city or county. It's the last thing.
Yep,
Yeah,
the state exempted themselves from the revenue neutral rate.
Calling y'all in on what his,
And the two tax cap bills that I've seen so far does the same thing too.
didn't
So there was
respond to his email.
Okay, so he wanted us, just briefly, that to go to the hearing, which is next Thursday. For the
Well,
I didn't-
LAPD.
Did you read his bill? It's going back to saying 30, you have 30% disability, you get 30% tax
Yeah,
refund
and
and the whole thing. And we said, no, we don't support that, but
Well, they don't have any income requirement, that's big.
right.
That's the biggest thing that
And then he stuck the ending on it. People got right through the end saying, oh, if it's more than 3% of the county's budget, they can go to the state and get refunded.
But I didn't see in there where that offsets if the state decides not to pay it, because
Right.
the way I look at it, that's not law, it's still a
It's
statute.
gonna be the same as LAPDR though.
Right.
They can or can't do it. They don't have a deal that day.
Well, and the other thing too, what are we gonna have? Everyone that's on disability after this,
Yeah,
that
right.
wants to apply for tax exemption, and then
Mhm.
can't just single out one group of people. It's important for veterans, but for the rest of them. People.
But like I said, there was just a whole string over the last 6 months of people writing letters to the editor complaining about what he puts in the paper.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Next year's budgets are gonna be more of a challenge for all local governments because automatically you gotta make up that 2% loss in food sales tax revenues.
We don't.
We don't, the state.
The state. Mhm.
Yes.
That impacts taxes.
Well, and I think that's why you can expect the tax cap. And you can expect
It affects the star bonds
Yeah.
potentially. They say it's not, but
They're not gonna eat the difference.
another reason why they may look at not doing anything with LABTR, knowing they're gonna lose revenue on that.
How much do they need in surplus?
Yeah.
Well, they're estimating before the end of 2026, of the current projections would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 4.7 to 4.9 billion.
No, really? Is that the
Yeah.
latest number?
Yeah,
Good enough.
their current projections work out as they are.
I hadn't heard that.
What are they gonna do with that? I mean.
Argue over it, is
Yeah,
that what they're doing currently?
Glenn Proctor 2 years ago, he pushed a bill to rename a big section of Highway 70 or Highway 7, whatever it is in Leavenworth County for some soldier. It's the Amelia Earhart Highway. Up and named by that, decades ago, and he wanted to switch it to this, and people up there were really upset.
I'd heard something about, who did I hear that from? What even,
But my daughter
it was somebody from the White House.
was still at four at the time and said people were upset, what we can do. So I looked up whatever committee he's on. We had that county day at the state. And I looked and found the head of the whatever subcommittee that was on. We went and talked to him and he said, no, said he's gonna make a lot of noise. It's not gonna happen. But okay.
they don't like to rename highways.
Well, they don't want, they put rename stuff, name stuff for, they'll have one, bridges and
Yeah,
stuff. But, and this has already been designated
yeah. That's kind
that.
of- You should have picked a different road if you want that.
It'll be interesting to see what type of political games are played this year with everyone on the ballot.
So when does the session start?
Monday.
Monday?
As they say, let the games begin.
Yeah.
Oh, and speaking of games, we had several that were very close on the score.
I know, I was close.
Greg was 5 away. Clancy was 5 away. But fortunately, I was 3 away.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm glad about
you had
that.
to rub that in, didn't you?
Yeah. How many have you gotten this year?
Does it count now?
Well,
Because it's
we're going
24.
triple or nothing on that one, weren't
Oh,
we?
yeah.
Triple or nothing. Then I can tie with Greg and Catherine because they were the winners at 3 apiece.
It's now 2024, so all bets are off. You have to start all over.
Well, then I'm the winner. I'm the only one who won.
No, that was 23.
Right.
But the game was at 23. That didn't
Yeah.
count.
So it ended up Clancy won, me 2, John 1, Greg and Catherine 3.
We did good, huh, Greg?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I knew I was close on that one,
Yeah, very close.
but I also remember we were all pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeses too.
Yeah, I was way off. I wasn't even thinking about it.
Yeah, me neither. I didn't. That proves that you do best
Well,
when you
actually,
put no thought into it. Because I
had a
had
number in my head and he gave his number exactly. was one off of what I had picked, so
The price is right at him.
so I dropped mine. Came pretty close.
That was quite a game.
Yeah.
It was fun. Didn't know what to expect.
Yeah,
Didn't even. It's hard to nowadays, and
With any bowl game, that's part of my disenfranchisement with college football that I'm getting stronger and stronger.
Well, which one was it that?
Florida State,
Florida State.
Georgia, they had their B team out there basically.
they had the team out there as far as I'm concerned. I mean, that was.
Except for the playoff games, nobody was that excited about them. Well, that's what I read. They said that the Pop-Tarts people, at least,
they were,
those guys made a
Made it fun.
name
And
out
they
of it.
said, they said that the viewer share of that was 4.3 million. They were the highest of all of
The
them.
highest non-New Year's Day.
Really?
poll. Yeah.
oh,
You guys ready for Elizabeth?
Good morning again, Commissioners. I'm here for the monthly Human Resources update. Just kind of recapping what Human Resources supplies or provides to Riley County. And so some of our numbers to get a good idea of where we are. And of course, as always, this is 1 week old. So current head count in both our regular employees and then our seasonal stipend and our interns. You can see if you're looking across here, kind of the biggest number here is going to be these hires and separations, which is going to be majority of elections. So, and as you can see, most of them happen in December. So, and we also see that, you'll see that as well reflected in the payroll reports later this afternoon, that December was going to be high because of that. Average tenure is holding. I do have on here that we had 5 current openings as of this morning. We have 4 current openings. So happy about that. And kind of moving forward, we do have an opportunity. We've got 27 employees, kind of ranging mostly supervisors or team leads that are participating in a training at the library on the 9th. It's tackling toxicity and promoting positivity. And I have seen this presenter before. He's a regional, I think he's actually out in Nebraska, but he kind of works all through Kansas and the Midwest. So they're going to talk about conflict resolution, crucial conversations, and positive workplace. And but we had a really great opportunity to share the cost of that with the library. They had contracted it and needed to have, I think, 38. They had an opportunity to have like 38 more seats, and so we took the majority of those. We did speak with the department heads. Josh Gearing is leading the CPR training for employees yesterday. And so Josh prepared something that David talked to the department heads on. They are in agreement. We wanted to clarify that this is really the hands-only CPR and this kind of the quick down and dirty response. This is not, you're not getting licensed or certified, excuse me, like from the Red Cross or the American Heart Association, but this will help our employees really respond if there's an emergency. So those, we don't have a schedule on that yet, but they'll be setting that up. So we'll tell you about the scheduling for that next month. So we are still planning this comprehensive onboarding. It's an ongoing initiative and the supervisor training, which interestingly, we're going to kick off with the fire department on Tuesday. So we've got all of the battalion leadership in for an annual training. Both Clancy and I are doing, so he's doing harassment and discrimination, and I'm doing a lot of the legal ramifications for supervisors as far as personnel goes. And we still have that focus group evaluating kind of where we want to go for our management training. As far as compliance goes, we are still talking about the personnel manual, but we're moving forward. So we will have the personnel manual updated to our department heads, the draft to our department heads by the end of January. I'm hoping to have it to you, commissioners, by the end of the first quarter. So we do have some scheduled meetings. We're meeting with the consultant, like the employee manual consultant, on the 18th to kind of go through our final questions of that small group that was working on that. Our payroll updates are in progress. That's all set, but Michelle's putting them in so that we can actually, be able to pay people at the 2024 rates, as well as any updates to the taxes and the other implications that we have. We do have to do a workman's comp audit every year, and it is a good look at our overall classifications of employees. So it takes into consideration what people earn, what classification they are, their risk factor, those kinds of things, and then we get a rating from that. Historically, we've had a very low rating for workers' compensation, and I would expect that to continue, but we do have to separate some of those higher risk jobs, like some of the public works, the fire, those kinds of things, and just make sure that we're prepared for the next year. I do want to just mention to you, I've been watching this FLSA since about July. The DOL has proposed a salary threshold increase for exempt employees. So basically, if you're exempt from overtime, it's more than double. So the new limit, the new minimum would be $1,059 a week, which is about equivalent to $55,000 per year. We do not know if this will pass. If it does pass, there'll probably be some court discussions about it and some analysis, but right now the public comment time is closed. So they announced it in September, I think that August 30th technically, but announced in September, had public comment. And so right now we're just waiting for their final rule, which could come at any time or could come several months, who knows? But we do have, if this is how it ends up looking, we have 4 position ranges that are currently considered exempt that would be under this threshold. We actually only have 1 employee that's under that pay rate, if that makes sense, because of the tenure of our employee, right? So the bottom end of those other 4, those 4 ranges are lower. What we will likely do, what I would propose that we would do is that we would look at each one of those positions and really analyze whether it should be exempt, whether it should not be exempt, and then whether the pay is correct. Probably there's several positions in that category, which we've moved to non-exempt because they are probably working 8 to 5. They're probably not doing outside projects. They're probably the kind of the parameters that are expected for an exempt position would probably put them in a non-exempt. So we'll look at that if that passes. And I am doing an employment law and benefits legal update seminar in February. That one's in Wichita. We've done it historically and it has been really good. Really the focus is the current laws that we need to be considering and thinking about for 2024. So hopefully we will get ahead of that game. Just some demographics. I always kind of like to just give you some information about our employees. You guys saw this as well, but in the past we talked about different generational differences, and how many generations we have. I know John and I have talked about the 5-generation workforce several times, but we are not currently really tracking any pre-baby boomers, which makes sense, right? But otherwise, we do have all 4 of the generations listed there working at Riley County and moving into the next generation fairly quickly. So
Who made your graph?
so that graph is straight out of Paylocity.
Okay, because it's not accurate.
Oh, well, yeah, so the numbers that they use the years, is that what you mean?
Yeah, because if you look, the top 2 are the biggest numbers, but the green is the biggest, the tallest number, and it's the smallest one, smaller than the other 2.
I see what you're saying.
The graph, and the bottom one is obviously bigger than British.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't
The
know.
graph doesn't have anything to do with the numbers.
Yeah, it's colorful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is actually downloaded right from Paylocity, so it's tracking the demographics that we have in the system, which we would have date of birth, but yeah, I don't think the colors necessarily correspond with the numbers.
Yeah.
It's almost like the top should represent the green, being the narrower band. And then the middle 2 be the wider bands.
Greg, that's so interesting. I never really looked at the size of the colors. Like I was really focusing on the number of employees.
Well, that's why I looked at the numbers of that, and then
Yeah.
but it is a numbers guy.
No.
Yeah.
And that doesn't, that graph is, I mean, all the way through it. I mean, look at even in 2020, the biggest one is the
112.
green, which is 28, and the others are 110, and
Yeah.
they're smaller.
Well, now I'm gonna have to go back and see if I can read anything about it, if that means something or if that's just.
Well, I can see somehow it's, on the far left, it says 22, but the line starts at well over 100.
I know.
Right.
Yeah,
It just doesn't.
So yeah, there's
The
something,
graph is not even close to.
a graph in Excel would depict it more accurately.
Yeah.
So,
So, and maybe we can do that in the future, just download it, because I can download this in Excel and then just create it.
yeah.
Because
I would go back and read about it.
whoever creates that graph, it isn't even.
Might be able to do
close.
something in OpenGov too.
Yeah,
Yeah, and it's
yeah. Yeah.
yellow.
That's right.
Yellow says pre-baby boomers, but over on the circle, it says EMS full-time.
Yeah, so on the
But-
circle, that's actually
Yeah.
different. So that's our employment
That's a
type.
different one, okay.
So that's kind of just a different idea there to see how you can kind of slice up our different employment groups. And so the blue is the regular full-time. So the majority of our employees are regular full-time. But we do have, you can see EMS has its own kind of category in our system. As needed has its category, our part-time and our temporaries. So just kind of an idea of how things shake out, not necessarily something that you are gonna make a decision on today, but just getting a good feel of where our employees sit. But I mean, to Greg's point, it doesn't give you a very good feel if you can't glance at it and,
And it's not.
and get some, yeah. That, well, thanks for pointing that out. I can always count on you to really like look at the numbers and, you know, see if it makes logical sense. It's just good for me. Okay, so we did complete the annual reviews. Still kind of had some things that we were cleaning up in December, but we did make it through that. We had, I think we ended up with 9 employees who did not meet expectations, who are working on some sort of performance. So I felt like some pretty honest reviews this year. We did a lot of training. We actually started our training in August and really spoke about like how an employee and supervisor can use the review to really make our teams high performing. As you guys know, I think you discussed right before Christmas, the year-end letter went out, and so the 2024 pay rates were announced to all employees. And then we did attend the KAC conference, but one of the things that I reached out to this keynote speaker who had some information on recruitment, retention, and these touch points for engagement, which I think we might use for the supervisor education, maybe in our onboarding. I don't know if you guys remember this slide, but the point here was that we have all of these opportunities throughout the whole employee life cycle where something personal or important happens to an employee. And it's sometimes it's really simple, like literally they're viewing their schedule or they're clocking in and out, but whether that's hard, easy, accessible, you know, whether they are engaged in it might make some amount of difference. And so some of those we do have an opportunity to engage our employees. And I do want to point out to Rich, I think one of the commissioners at KAC, not our commissioners, but another commissioner said, well, nowhere does it say work, but it actually does say right here, complete assigned work. I know it's small.
I saw that as well.
Yeah. And I think this is really focused for like supervisors and HR, from the HR perspective of engaging and getting people on board. But I do think this matters when we have new employees who can't figure these things out, don't understand, you know, what is being communicated to them. You know, we recently had an employee who had a real situation and the department head was more than willing to talk to that employee, but she had never had an experience where she was able to communicate and negotiate, or negotiate is not the right word, but communicate her needs to a supervisor, and she would have rather just resigned. Of course, we reached out to her and talked to her, but that's not kind of the experience we want to have, is that someone's fearful to just discuss what the options are. Current and upcoming focus. So January's focus is obviously just new year, getting the pay rates updated, getting our positions audited, and then of course our personnel manual. Our health insurance committee, we will convene the employee committee in January, and then we've met with a couple of consultants to try to get some quotes for potentially looking at options of our health insurance, which the change wouldn't be until 2025, but they have all expressed to us that the best time to get those quotes is not until March, so we're holding off on that. You know, we were thinking we need to get it maybe a year ahead of it, but that's really when we need to go out because the rates won't still be and too much earlier than that. So that's our focus for the current month. Any questions or anything you'd like clarified? Thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
Elizabeth.
I know. Wake up. I don't know.
Next, we have Mike Bowler at 9:15. Mike and Justin.
We are awesome. Preparing for some snow removal, I think.
Yeah.
We'll see if they
Getting
get it
warmed
right.
up. Yeah.
We'll see.
I see the city's already treating the room.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, we're great, both doing great. Don had, great, I did, he's stopping one day and I had him there and then, I can grab it very old meetings.
Yeah, the women's basketball team is rolling. Other teams.
Yeah.
I think first game earlier in the week, Cincinnati.
You go to them? Oh, do you?
Cincinnati stayed with them for the first quarter, and then we took off. Last night, Houston stayed with them. They were scrappy team, well reaching in and scrapping very close to the first half, and then boom, we were in by the middle of the fourth quarter. We were ahead by 30. Nobody they can fight and battle in the first, for so long, but eventually.
They got some
Got
players.
so many, so I think, and the ones off the bench, I was reading some, ones off French, Sanchez is a sophomore, and then Walker, Sides, and Lester are all freshmen. But those are the first four off the bench after the starters, so,
They're playing quite a bit.
yeah. Last night, the first quarter, they had two people just pounding on lead the whole time.
Oh, I'm
They
sure.
were trying to get into it, right? And eventually the two of them had 3 fouls, one had 4 fouls.
Oh,
trying to paddle her. And then second half, they finally couldn't keep, she fucking warmed out. She just started sweating back 20 points. Holy moly.
Commissioners, you ready for Mr. Bowler?
Good morning, Commissioner. Mike Bowler with the Riley County Noxious Weed Monthly Staff Update. Generally not very grateful for Paul and Elizabeth. She does such a great job presenting, but maybe I'm happy I don't have.
Where's your
graphs
color?
this time.
Where's your color graph?
Yeah, I'm not a graph guy, so I'm kind of grateful for that this morning.
Bring us some pictures of weeds.
Yeah, well, we throw that in every once in a while. This month, not so much. We'll start off with crews and finished up our third round of mowing in mid-December. That kind of finished up a little later than normal, but it seems like no matter what we do, we always finish up at mid-December. This year, the snow and wet conditions just prevented us from finishing a little earlier. So that's how Mother Nature works with us. Winter maintenance has started on our roadside sprayers, rental sprayers, and tractors. That goes throughout the entire winter months. We do all our own maintenance on that equipment, so we'll be working on that throughout the winter. Crews had 2 snow removal call outs in December. They did a great job battling the snow and ice. The call outs were not ideal, 4 a.m. on a Saturday morning, and then the second one was 4 a.m. the day after Christmas. So from a family standpoint, it wasn't ideal, but I'm happy to say the crews went out there and my guys did a great job, and I didn't hear one people complain, so I'm happy about that. All the times weren't ideal. And then we are looking at maybe some more snow coming up. I think it's just going to be one of those winters that we're going to have more call outs. I just feel that way. And I do believe the Farmer's Almanac says that as well, if you believe in that sort of thing. And I do. So I believe that's going to happen. Chemical prices continue to fall. Very happy about it.
Criminal prices. They're going up.
Freudian slip back the old.
Yes, I was gonna say flashbacks.
Continue to fall. We were able to purchase several pallets of chemical for the upcoming spray season. And because of that, hopefully we'll be able to lower our prices for the cost share this next spring. And it does appear that the market has stabilized in that area. I'm very happy about that. We're seeing chemical prices fall. Seeing diesel prices come down a little bit. Hopefully in the spring, our grass seed will come back. And so our ag businesses are very appreciative of that because they took a really big hit during COVID. All those prices went through the roof. So glad to see that those are starting to come down, stabilize and come down. On the HHW side, we conducted Howie's clean out on December 9th, 2023. I think we had about 45 participants, which is about an average number, but it's still a good amount that participated. And then we have one coming up here on Saturday, January 13th, from 8 to noon. Again, this event is for Riley County residents only, and no business waste will be accepted. And we do limit the amount of material that's dropped off. That's a change we've made well over a year ago. And people have been pretty respectful of that and have been doing pretty good in that area. The Riley County HHW has a recycled latex paint to give away. We've got 1 and 5 gallon containers. As always, I'd like to remind everybody of that. But the month of December has been very busy for us. Our level of household products on our recycling shelves is now really low. I think probably the lowest I've seen in the 5-6 years I've been here. And so that's a good thing. I really think that's indicative of us getting the word out on the county website and the Facebook page of what we offer. And we're getting a lot of residents that are coming out there that said they had heard about the services. They're happy about hearing about our services. And getting us good Google reviews, I understand. Lady came out there the other day and said, I had to give you guys a great Google review. So happy to hear that. So the word's getting out. Big Lakes Regional HHW Board of Directors met on December 14th, 2023. So we met there at the Public Works Building. A budget of $115,000 was approved for this next coming up year. That amount remains neutral from 2023. Very happy we were able to keep that amount neutral despite transportation costs and processing of HHW materials continues to rise. And we are still one of the top processors of hazardous waste in the county and the state. And so we've gotten some feedback from the members and member counties that they're pleased that we are able to keep budget neutral moving forward, which is a big feather in our hat, if you will, for us to be able to keep that number neutral. So that was set at $115,000. And then on the other end, Justin Brenner and I will be working and representing the Riley County at the Topeka Farm Show, the CWDAK booth on January 11th. That's an opportunity where we do the state fair, we do the farm show, where we have the opportunity to meet with the booth folks that have boots on the ground and have questions about noxious weed, and we're able to share our knowledge. I don't know if I call it expertise, but share our knowledge of what we have found to be successful in treating those weeds. And so we'll be making that meeting on January 9th. And we've begun the project process of coordinating the CWDAK Basic School that is put on in cooperation with the Kansas Department of Ag. That event again will be hosted here in Manhattan. That's something that I work on throughout the year, and I help put that event on, or I do put that event on. And that will take place February 20th through the 23rd of this year. The 19th usually is a Monday and a half day, but we realize that that's going to be President's Day. So most county employees have the day off. So I do a little modification of that. And then finally, preparations have begun to conduct our 8-hour refresher course that's required by the Kansas Department of Health and Environment for counties in the Big Lakes region. This event is hosted by us, and Assistant Director Justin there will help conduct that training. We do that every year. So what's neat about that is anybody that has a certification in HHW in the state of Kansas has come through training in our facilities in order to get that certification. So it gives us an opportunity to get our name out and really represent the amount of training we get, and we get to somewhat be the authority on that. So everybody comes through our facility, and Justin does a great job doing that. So a lot of material to cover. It's first of the year. It's kind of a busy time for us. Period. But Commissioner, do you have any questions on the staff update? Okay. I do just have one other fairly simple item. It's an action item on a contract. Commissioners will recall that every year we do a contract with KDOT to treat state roads and the right of ways on the state roads that are here in Riley County. They reimburse us for that. We set a amount of the hourly wage, which is on the contract. We also set an hourly wage for our equipment reimbursement. So that is something that the county, I wouldn't necessarily say we make money off of, but we certainly don't lose money on that process, and we get the benefit of treating those weeds on the state highway. And the state of Kansas has reached out to us again this year and would like to enter that contract again. So again, they reimburse us, and we get the benefit of treating the roads and getting that taken care of and keeping weeds down in our county. And so I would ask the board to consider recommending the approval of the 2024 KDOT contract for the treatment of noxious weeds.
Any questions?
Pretty standard. Go ahead and make a motion then to approve the 2024 contract with the Kansas Department of Transportation.
A second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the 2024 KDOT contract. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Greatly appreciate
This is kind of an odd one. They sign here and you sign here.
Okay.
So it's kind of difficult to see where
It's small.
one of those odd forms. Next, commissioners, you have Anna Burson. Have a good weekend, Mike. Justin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's Anna?
Yeah, it's hanging in there. How are you?
Good. Like your truck.
Hey, must be nice to get a new truck every week.
Right. I put too many miles on the one, so they made me bring it back and gave me the other one. And
That's must be nice.
I think I was supposed to have her back last week and haven't heard anything. So I'll just keep the miles on your truck. Keep the miles on my car, I guess. Trying to see
Sounds like you're gonna need them.
Trying to
That was a little low below belt there, sorry.
I tell you. Whole reason I got that vehicle was to have something reliable.
Ironic how that works.
Yeah. I'm feeling like it was the best, investment, but it'll be all right.
Boy, they've really changed the body styles for the 2024s. Did you see that?
Mhm.
On the
Traverse?
Traverse, huh?
Oh, yeah, looks more similar to the Blazer now, the front end.
Oh, no, no.
Updated. Oh, it looks pretty sharp. They're pretty, and they're a little more boxy like the Yukon Tahoe.
Really?
It's totally different.
The Blazer's so much smaller than the Traverse.
No, it just looks,
Oh,
not
the
size, just
But
the,
that's that sportier look.
right. Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, no, the size is the same.
Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
Be interesting to see what that looks like. Have to check into that.
We've gotten used to driving the bigger vehicle and parking it and all that.
So funny thing, the last truck had a lot of extra cameras. This one only has the backup camera, so it's a little bit more challenging. But
Not quite as confident because you're up higher and can't really tell where you're at.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. So one thing I realized is if I ever own a truck, it's gonna have all the cameras. The front, back, the side, the tow hitch, all the things, but that's not in the future.
They even have the side cameras now, huh?
Oh, they have the one where it looks like on the Traverse, I have that camera where it shows your car in relation to like the lines and you can see, it's really nice. Huh?
Our car has that.
Yeah, my SUV has that, the last truck that I drove, the last loaner truck had it, but this truck does not, there's nothing to do. That would not work for me.
Yeah, all I've got's the rear on my newer of the two trucks.
Yeah, that's what this one has is the rear. I mean, it just doesn't drive like the other one. It's much, it's intended for off-road sporty
Mhm.
type. Yeah, not a family kind of, big, and space-wise, I miss the space that my Traverse gave me on the interior, so.
They do. They have a lot.
They have a lot of space, so. Yeah,
They're more of a family SUV type of vehicle. Trying to get away
Fit
from
six
the
in them for sure.
Yeah, trying
And
to
you
get away
still got
from
some
the
storage with that, even with six in
minivans
it.
and being. Yeah.
well, I told the kids if we haven't got a truck, it'd have to have the waterproof topper on the back. Because when we travel, there's just too much.
Too much stuff, yeah.
Between the kids and the cat, there's just no room. So it's challenging not having that in the truck over the
You
holidays.
always put the cat on the roof.
Yeah, we wouldn't mind that so much. We wouldn't mind.
That was grandma.
Yeah, no, there's the things you learn. So I know what I want if I ever got a truck. I definitely don't want what I'm driving right now. So. And what I miss from my SUV. as much as it's nice driving the newer car, I would really like to back.
Are they gonna
Yes, since you're
fix
paying
it?
for it.
I'm impressed. I've been for the last 2 months and I haven't had it, so that's a little frustrating. But, you know, again, saving the mileage on my personal vehicle, I'll take it. Someday.
Ready for any commissioners?
Yes.
All right, good morning, commissioners. Anna Burson of the Riley County Appraiser's Office here to give you our staff update. So with personal property, the 2024 personal property renditions were mailed last week, December 29th, per that KSA 79306. Those renditions need to be signed and returned to the appraiser's office prior to March 15th for property owners to avoid penalties as outlined in KSA 791422. We did include postage paid envelope for the convenience of the property owners. And it's important, again, for them to sign the form, update it with any changes, and return them to our office by the deadline. One thing I just want to note as an informational aside on this is there was strong support last year in legislation to amend the statute. They were looking to remove that requirement of mailing renditions to property owners every year, reducing penalties as well on filing. There'd still be penalties associated with not notifying us of property owned, but once we're notified, it would just stay on the tax roll until we're notified they no longer own it. And so there was a lot of support for that, but at the end of that legislative session, everything got lumped into one and it did not pass. So just something to be aware of. Likely we'll see that again in this upcoming legislative session. We also conducted 3 payment under protest hearings relating to the 2023 personal property valuation, but really only one of those was related to the value. The other 2 was related to assessment rates and classification, which are all statutorily or driven by those PBD guidelines. So again, something that we haven't been able to make a change on anyway. So our team is currently still updating data with the manufacturer home changes to ensure the data transfer and Comtech is seamless. I do believe we sent a test sample over to Comtech just this last week. But at the time I was writing this, they were making some final updates just to ensure that that moves smoothly. On the agricultural side of things, irrigation review continues to be completed, as well as ag use while we're reviewing that canopy cover. I did mention earlier in the year, one of the big changes with canopy cover is there is not any kind of adjustment for canopy cover if you don't have cattle grazing on the property. And so any property that had a canopy cover adjustment on it in prior years is losing that if there's no cattle. And that came from PBD. I do anticipate some additional changes in the coming year, but that was the only one we were notified of. Additionally, 1 payment under protest relating to ag, and then also for 2024 in May, agricultural mailers will be going out to all property owners. So that will be coming too. On residential, it's been busy. Annual reviews completed. Permits were all of our new construction as far as relating to new dwellings and demolitions was completed. They're currently working through any other additional permits relating to remodels, additions, repairs, and partial completions. There was a total of 405 building permits. 49 of those were new dwellings. We have 1,171 sales recorded to date, and of those, 1,022 were residential properties. Median sale price hasn't changed, but again, there's been no additional sales reviewed. Looking at the sales that haven't been reviewed, it's still kind of dancing around that 238. And our current residential sales ratio still remains roughly at that 95%. Even if we consider those that had not been reviewed yet. So the overall residential trends completed for 24 tax year, as I mentioned last month, indicating approximately that 3 to 5% positive trend for 2024. It's important to know that not all market areas will see the same valuation increase of 3 to 5%. Some values may go up more or less than others. And so again, that's related to where were the properties valued last year in relation to their estimates and what is the market doing in those areas? Because we can have some areas that are going to see, more activity, higher prices, while others may not. We currently have 76 residential and 14 vacant land payment under protest for 2023. We're working through these appeals as quickly as possible. We're in the process of filtering through applications and then hope to have some interviews in the next month. Right now, just an FYI, we did put it on a pause. because we are in our busiest time and we are short-staffed. Those that can complete final review have to have certain coursework completed to do final review, as well as all the payment under protests. So we're working through it, but we're working as quickly as possible to get that completed. The commercial team has completed all new construction inspections. They have actually started on some of their annual review for this upcoming year. We have 17 payment under protest relating to 2023 valuation on commercial related properties. They're continuing to work through their income analysis and starting on their final review. I did also attach that commercial spreadsheet, and there are a couple just notable changes. I highlighted in yellow properties that we were waiting for sign off on stipulations with the Board of Tax Appeals. All except for the high B have been received back from BOTA in the last 2 weeks and will be processed for abatements Monday, actually. So they're on your schedule for Monday. But one additional change not listed on the spreadsheet that I have included is that Manhattan Land Company dismissed their appeal, and we received that final notification from BOTA this last week as well. I just wanted to point out the total appraised value under question with all of these was about $24,791,840. With the stipulated values and the dismissal, there was a difference of just a little over 1.4 million. Where initially with what the tax reps were wanting, we were looking at just over 3.3 million. And so additional information was considered between fee appraisals that were submitted, pulled after the fact, income and expense information submitted. And so if you have any questions when those come up next week, I plan to be attending and we can go over that. Additional information, December flew by fast and our team's been busy working on all of the statutory deadlines. We had our annual Christmas gathering and our team spread some Christmas cheer throughout the office during the month of December. So December was a really exciting month. I did attend KAC in Wichita at the beginning of the month, where there was a lot of discussion relating to upcoming legislative session. During the affiliate meeting, my name was drawn as the winner of the 2024 NCRAAO, which is the North Central Regional Association of Assessing Officers paid conference registration. The NCRAAO encompasses states of Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Michigan, Minnesota, Missouri, Nebraska, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wisconsin. This year's conference is being held in Kearney, Nebraska, which is just about, I think I said that right, approximately 4 hours north. If I said it wrong, I apologize. 4 hours north of Manhattan. NCRAAO is an affiliate member of IAAO, and this year's conference is going to provide that opportunity to network and gain some professional skills alongside other professionals in our region. I do plan to submit that request for out-of-state travel to this conference and the IAAO in the coming months. This one is important just because the following year, NCRAAO is being hosted out of Manhattan. And so it's just important to get to know the members of this group, ensure that if I can give any assistance, just learn more about it. So I'll get into that a little bit further later. KCAA is hosting a legislative reception in January on the 23rd for the members of the delegation at 5 p.m. in Topeka. I will be in attendance as well as other appraisers from across the state with plans to answer questions and address any concerns relating to upcoming legislation as it may pertain to property valuation. Lastly, but certainly not least, we finally received the vehicle we ordered like 2 years ago. So our 2007 Malibu is now no longer on the lot. We have physically received the vehicle. I do have to make some plans for a replacement of the other 2007 Malibu in this coming year, but I'm just thankful to finally have the one vehicle replaced. Took a little while, but very appreciative of getting that completed. All the gentlemen of Public Works were fantastic, trying to help make sure everything was done like it needed to be. So, if you have any questions, do you have any questions at all for me relating to anything in the update?
Nope.
All right. Well, thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Hannah. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Next, Commissioner Russell Stuckey at 9:45. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Come on, Russell. You know, like Kyle Cook's birthday was the same day as my wife. She was a good friend of my son. They're in the same class.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, Rod Cook and myself and my son butchered a steer not too long ago that the neighbors one evening.
I was a little bit over.
Not too bad. My son and I there, we're both pretty handy at that stuff. So and it helps when you have a tractor to lift it and lower it with the height you need.
Oh, right. Yep.
Yeah, I think we had the whole thing skinned and boned out in 2 hours.
Wow. So, yeah, it's doing pretty.
We've done a few critters.
Yeah. What is the difference between the concepts? That and oh, really? Well, okay, well, I know we need to do body stuff. I know we need to do that. Thanks.
Bill Harwood doing good now? He went through a rough bout there for a while.
Mhm.
He's a good guy.
Yep,
Yeah, he's doing fine, out and around.
yep, back on the road trucking. Yep.
Okay, well, let me give you a call back. Yeah, let me give you a call back.
He used to be the one that farmed our ground, planted it and cut it for Aaron Weller.
Mhm.
He's an awful nice guy. It's a good thing he is as big as he is.
Right.
Russell?
Sure.
Morning, Commissioners, Russell Stuckey, Riley County Emergency Management, County Fire. Got the department staff report on December. Fairly normal month for us, one of our slower months, but we did still have some different calls, of course, like we do every month. One thing we're planning for, and I should have got a save the date for, is our appreciation banquet on the 20th. So hopefully, you'll be able to attend and enjoy a meal with firefighters. We did learn this morning that we'll have a special guest, the state fire marshal, to be attending with us. So we should have a state fire marshal there. Of course, as you know, they're predicting snow for tomorrow and more snow for Monday and Tuesday, so we'll see how accurate they are. Lord knows they haven't been very accurate in history, but we will see. One of these times it's going to go the other way. It's just which time is that, you know? Met with KDOT the other day on the road construction out here on Pillsbury and 177. Because we got a message about there would be any left-hand turns onto Johnson Drive and different restrictions. And well, we have a fire station on Johnson Drive. And I talked to the KDOT engineer, I can't remember his name now, but he said, "Oh, I didn't realize there was a fire station there." And so they have a weekly meeting that he invited me to. And I went to one so far, and stress, hey, we got volunteer firefighters that need to get to the station and then get the fire trucks out. And so I understand construction is construction, but we can kind of keep that in mind as we set up cones. And even if you set up the cones for the normal traffic not to get through there, if you can leave a space just big enough that the fire truck can still get through, we'd sure appreciate it. Oh yeah, we can do that. And so they were very cooperative but there definitely still could be delays. I know Battalion Chief Eric Peck, he got caught in traffic, not going to a fire call, just normal travel. And he said he got stuck on the bridge for upwards of 15 minutes one day, but apparently that was just a fluke thing. That hasn't happened since. So he said so far it's only been nothing. So, then we also met with the KDOT contract appraiser up at Fire Station 112 by the dam, the Tuttle Creek Station, about the construction easement they want. They're doing that roundabout at Highway 13 and 24. So haven't heard anything back from that, but we did meet with them and talk the property and so we'll see what we get back from them on that. We did have an interesting thing. We assisted the Kansas Department of Ag. They got a new foam trailer, and what they use it for is to euthanize, in particular, birds. So if they have chickens, like a big chicken barn that they need to euthanize, 10,000 chickens, the plan and the standard practice across the country is just fill it with foam and basically suffocate them. And that's the fastest, most
humane,
ethical way to do it. But they don't have a lot of experience on pumping water, making basically firefighting foam. And so they asked us to, if we had a place we could do it, we went out to Public Works by the EMS building, Parks Department, and helped them set up and showed them how to work things. And the trailer they got is interesting. Of course, it's federal government specs, but it was built by an irrigation company, not a fire company. And so there's some unique things to it, and we made some suggestions for them to change things around. But anyway, we may be asked to be technical advisors on that a little more, which we're glad to do. Obviously completed the year-end transfers. We're making progress on the Ashland Fire Station. We spread some more gravel just yesterday, and as soon as the weather conditions permit, the concrete should start getting poured anytime, as soon as the weather allows. And then obviously once that happens, it cures, the building should start going up. So all subject to Mother Nature now. Got our trucks winterized, ready for the winter. And Doug finished up a new sliding unit on Brush 110, that's at University Park, to replace I don't know, probably a 25 or 30-year-old tank and pump that were on that particular grass truck. So basically taking the tank and pump and everything out, putting a new one in. Getting ready to apply for the grant cycles again and see what we can do as far as grant money. Another thing I handed out to you is our monthly newsletter, the extinguisher. Michelle does the vast majority of putting that together, and just as a nice communication piece to the members and affiliated organizations. So if you have any questions on that. And then the other thing, we put together just a little simple year-end summary. On the first page, you can see there we had a total of 8,900 volunteer hours, combination of going on runs, going to trainings, and other sorted hours, station maintenance and mowing and things like that. So if we were paying an hourly wage for those 8,900, almost 9,000 hours versus what little we do pay them, that would be a significant amount of money. So you can see our over the past 5 years on that second page, our call volume has went down a little bit, which is good from the peak. With the computer system that changed, it's hard to graph back 20 years and see what the 20-year trend is, but that's not a huge swing, but it's obviously ebbs and flows with Mother Nature, and grass season is obviously one of our biggest factors on the changes. Some years we have a lot more grass fires than others. On that second chart, you can see where we're making a slow but steady increase in staffing. It's not big numbers, but at least it's headed in the right direction. So, we're going to continue what we're doing and continue to look for ways to recruit and retain firefighters. On the third page, you can see kind of the numbers per station. We broke it out between medical calls and fire/other calls. So the fire other would include car wrecks and other things and fires, whether that be a fuel spill or some other sort of rescue. And then the medical are where we are called to respond to help the ambulance on the general medical. A thing to note is we don't always actually roll a truck on those medical calls because we may not have a medical person available at that station. And so if there's not a medical person available, we don't send a truck unless the ambulance calls and said, hey, we need help. We just need muscle because it's a larger person or something unique down in a ditch or upstairs or whatever. And then they repage us and say we just need manpower, and then we will send a truck. But just just to note on those medical calls, it doesn't necessarily mean that we send a truck. I think the number right now is around 60% of the time we do send a truck, 40% of the time we don't, because we don't have anybody medically trained available at that time. Then bottom one there on that third page is just a different visual breakdown of the calls and a little more specific on the types of calls. That's all I really have this morning. Do you have any questions for me? Oh, the other thing I was going to mention is we were able to transfer. We budgeted to transfer, I think, 30,000 last year from base leftover operating to capital outlay, and we were able to do about just over 200,000. You know, we scrimped and saved and didn't really look very hard at replacing trucks that we need to replace. You know, we still have 40 and 50-year-old trucks that need replaced. So, you know, it's not that we had just have extra money, but we scrimped and saved knowing and the commission wanted the stations built without borrowing money. And so it looks like we should be able to do the University Park Station this year. And the one question that I'll bring back to the commission for you to think about is assuming that we get the paperwork done soon on the land swap, we'll start the dirt work right away as soon as that paperwork's done. And depending on how soon that happens, if the commission is interested in discussing with the current contractor on the Ashland Station, if he would honor his bid on the Ashland Station for the University Park Station. If the commission's interested in just going that route versus going through the whole rebid process and the expense and time that takes, we can explore that option. If you're not interested in doing that, that's fine. And obviously that's up to you, but timing will dictate some of that, I think. So.
Is the land swap close?
I think there's progress being made.
Oh, okay.
So, any other questions for me? All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Russell. Next commissioner, you have Amanda Webb, 10 o'clock. Morning, Amanda. When the men play again, Greg, Saturday?
Saturday.
UCF, right?
Yeah.
First Big 12 game. Let's see how this team's gonna do. They've had some bad bumps in the road with players.
And that Keith Glover, who they counting on because we're taking a better point guard. And
He'll be done for the year.
they're not saying that, but everybody.
He was on.
Not saying it, but other people were going.
He was on crutches and limping bad, and yeah, he's done.
Said he'd been back and was practicing with them about the third or fourth day. Did something again to his knee.
Yeah, that's not good. Been down that road. That is not good.
That's what I said in one stream. They got 3 girls that could play fluent. At one time last night, he had all 3 of them in at the same time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But
Got some versatility there.
yeah. Move them around and stuff. They got this one here on the sides She's from Phillipsburg. She's like 5'7".
Mhm.
She is, a freshman. And I think people are saying, I'm like, yeah. Can she bring me from that level up here? But she can fly. She is.
Oh, yeah. All those small town Kansas kids prove that. And basketball, we had one that's in the pros now. And men's and football many times. At K-State. Commissioners, you ready for Amanda?
Good morning, Commissioners. Amanda Webb, Planning Director, here with actually November and December 2023 Planning Development Staff Update. And as always, we'll start with Keats. So we were able to submit a technical assistant grant and a water projects grant for the lagoon option to the Kansas Water Office by their deadline of December 29th. So that has been submitted, and that was got that done off my plate there for a moment. But of course, with Keats, there's always more. So we, of course, as you folks might remember, we issued a request for request for proposals, I should say, for professional services to help us with the required environmental assessment. USDA does require that environmental report. And as part of that, there's a lot of different environmental reviews that go into it, including a cultural resources survey. We did have a environmental assessment and a cultural resources study done for the Manhattan connection in 2021. Mr. Fishburne, who performed that service for us, was part of the Midwest Assistance Program MAP at the time, so we did not have to pay for that service. He is now on his own, basically, and there's nobody left on MAP to offer that service, so that's why we had to issue that RFP for that service, because it's likely going to be north of that 20K mark. So we got that out. It is a bit of a tight time frame that we're requesting the proposals back. January 10th is the deadline there. And again, it's just because we just need to be moving as quickly as we can, as efficiently as we can, I should say, for this project. Mr. Fishburne has graciously given me a lot of really helpful input about the environmental assessment and the cultural resources survey. Again, timing is a big thing with this. If we need to have the cultural resources study done before we can submit the environmental assessment in June to USDA, it's not going to happen. Those things just take a very long amount of time. There's noticing requirements, there's NEPA requirements. None of these things, unfortunately, are quick. So I have a message into Austin Masters with USDA for some guidance on timing and phasing for everything. It's possible that we'll be able to spend our environmental assessment pending the cultural resources survey, that they know it's happening and we'll be able to submit it. So it's just kind of needing some guidance from them, how they'd like us to proceed. The other thing with the cultural resources survey, we had to do one before. Again, with the city connection, we had that done. I'll tell you, we're not 100% sure unless we ask the different organizations if we're going to be required one, but that just adds added time on if we have to wait to ask them for them to tell us that yes, you need a survey. So that's also part of the guidance that we're asking USDA about. Should we just go forward with it? Should we wait for the state to give us that input? Do we need it or not? It's pretty well assumed that we're going to need it, at least for the portions that were covered in the previous one. But again, a lot of just kind of moving parts here, a lot of different timing things that take a long time and kind of all have to complement each other. So, so we'll just keep you posted on all of that as we do, and we'll just keep moving forward with it. Let's see, I think that's all of Keats that I wanted to mention. I'm sure you folks know the rest, but of course, happy to answer any questions or anything you need on that or anything.
Now, does that technical assistance grant, would that apply to these environmental assessments and all that?
Yes, thank you for asking that. So technical assistance grant, what we asked for through that submittal, yes, was the environmental assessment. It was also the geotechnical work that will need to be done on the property to determine if it can support the lagoon. Engineering design is an eligible expense as other additional engineering services. So yes, all of that we asked for, and then the land appraisal services if we need to go that route as well. So all of that is eligible under the technical assistance grant, and we did request that through there. So it's just a matter of if we'll get partial or some or all or none. And it's anticipated we should know in March-ish.
That's what I was gonna ask, when they were gonna
Yeah,
grant
so that's
those.
kind of what they're shooting for to notify folks the end of Q1. So, so hopefully we'll get something there so that it kind of sets it.
And is that through KDHE or is that through the water?
No water office, that's through the Kansas Water Office. So both the technical assistance grant and then the water projects grant, which is for the actual construction, the entire potential for 100% covering of the construction portion of it, the 3.4 million. Both of those are through the Kansas Water Office.
Okay. Good.
Comprehensive plan update, as you folks, I'm sure will remember, we had a nice long update in December with what we've been up to last year, and as you know, we're moving along. Our subcommittees are continuing to meet, which is great. They're getting some things done. As you know, everything kind of slows down a little bit around the holidays, not just with this project, but with all kinds of stuff. So people are just kind of getting themselves back organized and getting together again. So people are still moving forward, and I appreciate that. A couple of our members on the agricultural land use subcommittee, they have put together their own community meeting on, I think, January 17th, that Bob and I will go to. They want to talk a little bit more specifically about agricultural, our current agricultural regulations, goals and objectives within the plan, that kind of stuff, just kind of help clarify some things. As I mentioned, when we were doing our community meetings, there's a lot of different things, not just about ag and not just about the comp plan, but education is a big piece of what we need to be doing in planning and development as a whole. So if somebody presents us an opportunity to help with that, to come out and help with that and see what we can, get clarified for folks and answer questions, we definitely want to do that. So that's on tap for this month. Again, community meetings, ongoing survey. We're still working to compile all of that information we received, and that will be out to the public for you folks and to the public within this month. And we're just going to start working on drafting language over the next few months and just keep going with the public input. Again, the survey might be closed, but that doesn't mean we don't welcome public input. We'll keep that outreach and engagement going so people know what's going on and that they can still review and give comment on all of that. Any questions on that project? All right, Solid Waste Management Committee. So this is another plan update that we are working on. It is required every 5 years by KDHE to update this plan, and 2024 is the year. So that is due in mid-May 2024. So our committee, they've been broken into groups by each chapter, each kind of category, if you will, and they are meeting and doing their reviews of the existing plan, making recommendations as needed. We have a Google Doc, if you will, out there that everybody can kind of review and put in their track changes, so everybody can kind of see and work together as to what what people are saying or what comments people are making or what else we can move the process. So. We welcomed a new member to our committee, Mr. Kelly Briggs. He was actually a former member of the committee and had left several years ago. We were able to get him back, so we're happy for that. So we currently have 22 members, which we're pretty happy about. David Kreller, who was our chair, and I had thought if we can get to 22, 23, 24, somewhere in there, the state allows us up to 30. That's a lot. But if we can have somewhere in the 20 to 24 range, that's a good amount. So we always have a quorum and we always have enough people to cycle through, even if, some people can't be at a particular meeting or that kind of thing. So if we can just get that representative from a third-class city, which we're still working on, then we'll have a pretty good setup. So we're still working on that. Let's see. And we haven't had a planning board meeting in months because we just haven't had anything on the agenda, but we are scheduled for one this Monday. So we'll see if we can actually make that happen if the weather will allow us to proceed with that. And we want to make sure we keep things moving, but are safe for everybody. All of our applicants are coming from far away, so we want to make sure everybody is safe there, so. Speaking of planning board membership, we have 2 new members on our board that you folks appointed late last year. Eric Peck took Diane Hubler's unexpired term. She resigned effective end of 23, and he's filling her unexpired term through end of 25. Jack Platt is a new member through 2026, and we reappointed Mr. John Wink for another term through 2026. So we met with Eric and Jack earlier this week just to give them the scoop, give them all their giant packets of information and binders and all kinds of stuff so they can be ready for their first meeting next week.
How long had Diane served? She'd been on there a long time,
Oh, she was on there a long time, several terms.
but it was probably hard for her to get off.
Yeah, I think it was
She
an
enjoyed
easy
it.
Decision, yeah. And she is one of our committee members for the comp plan update. So she's one of those, she'll always be involved in some manner, which is great because, she has been there a long time. There's a lot of knowledge and history. So. Just a couple other things. So on Monday, you folks will see the grant for the LEPP program, the Local Environmental Protection Program through KDHE. That's the one we discussed in November to assist low-income property owners with repair and replacement of their wastewater systems. Got some really helpful feedback from KDHE on that, so I'll have that before you folks on Monday, so we can get it wrapped up and submitted. Hopefully get that money here by middle of the year so we can start helping some folks with that. The battery recycling educational program, I haven't talked about that one in a while, and as I sit at my desk and stare at the boxes and boxes of flyers and rolls of stickers, that is going to become a priority back here in 24. It's definitely something the solid waste management committee's been talking a lot about over the years, and we know it's a really important thing, really important educational program that we want to get out there and have these resources available. So we're definitely going to be talking about that one a lot more, getting out there to the public a lot this year. So making sure we program that. Okay, I think those are my highlights on my graphs. You'll see the permits issued by month for the whole year, or for each month of the year, I should say, and then also for the whole year. That's everything I wanted to touch on. If you have any questions I can answer. Look into. Thanks so much.
Thanks, man. Next commissioner, you have Mr. Holman at 10:15. Clancy, how long is the executive session?
That's gonna go from 11 to 12:30.
Okay. That's what I thought, just wanted to check.
Sure.
Let's see, I don't know if I got a paper copy of that or if it was just the email.
Just so happens that I have some.
Oh, okay. Because I read through it online and I didn't print it because I wasn't
Sure.
near a printer.
Sure.
Thank you.
You betcha.
Oh.
Paper copy and I'll put it executive session.
No, good. Got both of them. You sent 2 emails with everything, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. I thought-
just because of the time lag.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll save them for you. For this afternoon.
Ready for Clancy Commissioners?
Yes.
Morning, Commissioners, Clancy Holman, Round County Councilor. I do have, we talk legislation.
Fantastic.
Senate Bill 196 is coming up for hearing in the Senate next week, the first week of the session, which is unique. But I do have copies of that for you. Give you a chance to see the bill itself with a couple of items that are attached. This is the current, you mentioned, this is the current legislation that's been introduced to restart WTR. And it is one that obviously, like any legislation, when it's introduced, it could end up as something entirely different. This is scheduled before Senate taxation next Thursday. And the third page, what you've got, it's a calendar just kind of showing the history of the, this is all from the legislative place. It's next Thursday, January 11th. The hearing will be at 9:30 in room, Senate room 548. And there's not just the bill, which is pretty straightforward, bill itself. Then there's also a second page of the fiscal note prepared by legislative research, so that you can see those numbers. There's already been a legislative alert, as you're aware, that's gone out, members of the Kansas County Commissioners Association. I haven't seen anything yet from KAC, but they usually work pretty closely.
Jay Hall said something about this.
Yeah, okay, good. I assume, without having read it yet, that he must be taking the same tack as Taylor, the Kansas Commissioners Association. Probably a good idea to either be present or submit some written testimony. And there's time to do that. I didn't go back and double check because we don't have the usual Hogger document that used to be so handy every year. That gave every committee's time and secretaries to contact.
But KAC, I think, has it on their website.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's updated.
Well, they'll be tracking.
Yeah.
They'll be tracking it very closely when they send out a list. So the information will be available. But there will be time to submit written testimony at least. With your permission, I will draft a letter from the board in support of this. And I think it's important to plug into that. All I'm going to suggest, if you're okay with it, the draft I envisioned would say not just restart LAVDR, Senate Bill 196 seems like a good idea. I think we need to give, so the public sees the information that's available out there on the history of LAVDR. It's out there on the KAC website. And I'd like to plug a reference or two specific links in there so people can actually, they're interested in finding out the actual story about LAVDR and what really happened with it over these past years. It's a great opportunity, I think, to get something out that maybe some folks will see, particularly anybody who's tuned into the hearing or bothers to go back and look at it. Particularly that video that was shown in KAC, the one I saw, very short, very well produced. And right down the middle of the road in terms of just telling the truth about when it started and when it ended, what the purpose of it is and how it's funded. It comes from the money that we're talking about, comes from sales and use taxes at the local level. And then goes up to the state. And then is either redistributed under the LAVTR statute or not. And the or not is what's been the problem for local government in terms of trying to encourage the legislature to follow the terms of that statute. So, and you heard the arguments made during the KAC annual meeting that the public needs to understand that this is not, they've already paid this. They paid something towards items they purchased, and then they're paying again property taxes. that could be lowered conceivably by local government having access to those funds distributed under the statute. That's the whole point. And I think it's a good way to talk about it to the public so they understand this isn't just an opportunity for counties to say, gimme, 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 we want these funds from state dollars. No, these are county dollars that went up to the state that the statute says are to be distributed. And then every year, in the past number of years, the legislature has refused to appropriate money in that fund. They're holding on to it, presumably using it. But it's not coming back here.
Yeah.
And it's not going back to any city or county that should be getting a distribution under the terms of that statute. But because of the history of it, it is pretty obvious that one of the things that could very easily happen is this bill, restarting it, could be turned into a bill repealed. And believe it or not, just a shock to everyone, but it could happen. And that's why I would suggest it's probably a good idea to go ahead and weigh in on this. And if one of you is available to go on behalf of the board, it wouldn't be a bad idea to go up and be present in there, in the chambers, not necessarily to testify. We'll have that. We'll have written testimony available. Certainly, if somebody wants to testify, they'll probably, I don't know how much time we'll make available for that. Well,
Considering what committee it's in, I bet they don't.
well, it's gonna be, it will be an interesting hearing.
When is that hearing again?
On the
Next
Thursday.
Thursday morning.
Thursday
During our
morning.
meeting.
It's during the meeting,
Yeah.
during the meeting at 9:30. But you certainly could send a representative if one of you is interested in go. There, I think there is some value sometimes in having a crowded room up there when they're considering things. I've been up there a few times over the years, but I've seen that, I can't say it turned the tide on anything, but it's impressive when they get a number of people that are in favor of something or opposed to something. They don't miss that. They may not pay attention. Maybe in the end, there aren't enough votes to make what that group thinks should happen, but they have to see it. They have to know there's people interested enough to appear. And if you decide not to send somebody to testimony, certainly you can still submit written testimony. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not trying to tell you that it's absolutely essential where you go, but might not be a bad idea. Just so you can actually view, and again, they will presumably, you'll have the ability to watch it. But you don't always get to see the dynamics of what's going on. Committee, not there. And you miss an opportunity to maybe talk to some other county commissioners too, and some other interested parties will be there that presumably in support of this.
Let's see, what do we have on our agenda? I can go back. You got a lot of stuff.
And you pull that up, you got quite a bit of number of items.
Yeah.
You got several bid open. Beginning of 1040, that's those.
And also we're gonna be off the following Monday too. So. We just,
Yeah, bid opening, staff updates.
Is that real important that we have critical one or the other? I could go, but
I think our business here is pretty critical. Trying to get caught back up after the holidays, which is not gonna. We're just gonna compound. And there,
is there a Zoom option or one can?
yeah, there's
Do that.
WebEx. Yeah, it'll be on WebEx.
Yeah, that'll be something.
It's on YouTube. In fact, I subscribe to it, so you can subscribe to it and just watch right off your phone and off the computer technically. But I'm trying to remember a couple of things. Did we have the senator ready on that tax committee? I think she is, isn't she?
Yes.
I've not hurt to reach out to her.
Yeah,
And it may not hurt to reach out to the city of Manhattan and have them weigh in as well.
because they wouldn't have a meeting, so they.
And I'm sure they are, because Longfear was on Cayman and discussing that on Tuesday. LAVTR.
Yeah.
So I take it you do want something to write
Yeah.
Monday, sign. Okay. If it turned into their permission, I'm inclined to go ahead and see what happens.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say maybe we can send somebody else on our
I'm gonna say
behalf to
two
do
votes
that.
can get a staff member there.
Well, if we've got one already going, and I'm not gonna, yeah, I think having one of you or both of you would be good on our behalf if we don't go.
But I just would like to kind of see what happens, and see how the discussion goes.
Yeah,
It'd be interesting to see which way it goes.
I'm not so concerned
think it
about
happens.
this hearing, I'm concerned about I guess the
Mhm.
aftermath or the cause and effect after.
Oh, absolutely. And that's where we're not gonna, it's not gonna, there's not gonna be a vote on
Yeah,
repeal.
we decide one way or the other, to
Yeah.
kind of see where the lean.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's where I think it's gonna be really important to be there.
What about Shiloh? Did she go? She has all those numbers.
I'm sorry.
Shiloh, could she go?
Well,
Or is that not as,
I wouldn't do that.
No,
as elected?
no.
And not because that's not good. Those numbers are important. They're part of an argument, but I think it needs to come from the commission.
Okay.
And I think Shiloh would say the same thing.
Yeah.
And she do what you asked. Cooperate. All right. Well, that's the primary thing I wanted to, when you pass you, I'll bring you the draft on Monday. See how it goes. Thank you. Unless you have questions about it.
Okay, commissioners, you have a bit of a break. You have an executive session at 11 o'clock that will go from 11 to 12:30.
You're welcome.
Still on the break.
It's a long break. It is a long break.
Anything else on here?
What's that?
I'm talking to myself.
Oh, just don't answer yourself.
You got time now?
Yeah. Yeah. One by one.
Yeah, sure. I know. Well, typically, she said,
I'm on to.
well, I would tell them more, I really what you described. Where it continued people to know what things of kind of basic.
I'll forward that thing to you, showing what
Yeah,
his new thing is.
I'd be curious to see it. Please do.
And like I say, it's got the deal in there saying, oh, it's stable. It's more than so much the stable version. I said, well, they're not shutting down the BTR. Yeah. But how can we trust anything here?
Tell me another story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll grab my stuff and be back. Need anything from the office?
Don't think so. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Didn't you have somebody else go ahead? And you need any help?
No,
You sure?
yeah, I'm fine. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. I just would like to get started on my car. That's what I'll do. Okay. No, you don't need to help. Don't even have to be brief, and sure enough, but it's also about the value of the value of our campus. The total cost are, if you realize, yeah, I was just saying, I can, you know, I think it's gonna go. Yeah, the view is nice. Dark hair guy. Okay, everyone's no rush. I have a little bit of, executive session. No, I'm not. I have the, I don't know if I grabbed it for a while or what. That's the one important thing. Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you. Bye. Fires are also a problem. $1,500.
You guys have one.
Okay. Well, no. Well, I thought the first. Battery and some apparently burned off the battery and there's something wrong with the battery. It's full of all that's wrong with probably then.
Did you get by the yesterday?
Oh. And then it kind of the things over and I go and this and I started buying last one shapes like that. Well, it's apparently bushy.
That's.
You find that one, but it's real sporadic, so it can't put the twice, regardless, if you don't come back, it'll be terrible. You have to like press on the brakes. If you do that, it's no, it's still on the brakes.
That's the $1 million question. It's warm in here today.
No kidding.
Yes, it is.
Oh. Does your guys' computer log out after 15 minutes now automatically?
Yeah. You can set it up in there to whatever, however you want. If you want it to stay on all the time, you can do it, but.
New brewery opens up this weekend.
It's soft opening. It opens up officially today.
Well,
Yeah,
And then Friday, I mean, it's open to the public.
yes,
Mhm.
that they're kind of grand openings today. And do you have plans to check that out when it calms down a little bit?
we already recessed.
No, man.
Oh,
No,
okay.
ma'am.
I saw it up there.
Oh.
I didn't think so.
It's gonna get cold next week. Saw some lows in the teens.
Winter is here. Let's get it done and over with in the spring. Have a spring.
So if we get some rain, significant rain during spring, that's what I hope.
Yeah.
It was weird yesterday, freezing fog. I don't remember last time I'd seen that.
Yeah.
It was weird. Ours, all the twigs on the tree
Yeah.
had that frost coating on them.
Is it snowing? The ice? What the hell is that?
I say it wasn't enough. It breaks,
Yeah.
big one kind of breaks. Just having that light dust in it made them look.
I got some stuff blowing around and I think it was coming off the roof at work, but is it snow?
When I got into town here, it was a lot heavier, the frost in town than out where I live.
Yeah.
I told you about the time I hit town, it's like, geez, it looks like it snowed here. It was so heavy here in town. I was like, holy moly. Time's the game tomorrow, Greg, do you know? I mean, tomorrow, Saturday.
It's the afternoon game.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, I've got the home schedule I've got on my calendar. I don't keep the other, I mean, it's full enough. It's this.
Oh, so that one's away?
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. I do not know.
Now let me check. I don't, I get them all.
I do not know. I just knew it was the first Big 12 game against UCF.
Oh, no, they are. It is here. It's 5:00. That's right.
Okay, things on the girls' side.
They're rolling.
I think Greg was talking about.
Yeah, some of the other teams that are ahead of them, we got a pretty damn good shot in March.
Well, that's. They've got some small ones, then Texas coming here and that'll be a big. Baylor's always teams. Yeah, Texas and Baylor are the two favorites, but teams will stick with us for a while. Like the Houston Twins, yeah, for half, and then you took it down. They just can't keep up. We've got enough. He plays 8 or 9.
Solid.
People,
8 or 9.
yeah.
When you got a deep bench like that,
You just wear them out. And they were just. I don't believe in such that. 2 different players on 3 fouls. And they finally. She finally just took over.
I saw that like 12 rebounds.
Yeah.
First thing my wife told me, I got, this done.
It was sweet. With the twins on our team, they're talking about. My granddaughter's roommate plays basketball. She's kept in the park. Talking about our team a little bit. I said, the twins, she was saying, oh, I was hated playing against twins. It's 2 of us that we end up regarding the same person because especially they're identical. You aren't used to looking at the numbers to make sure you're on the right players.
right? For sure.
It says it's easy to get lost in those games.
Yeah.
As soon as they go in.
Thank you. How are you?
So. What started was the open there.
That was much longer.
Played 1 minutes. And I managed to play with them. She said it was. This is. But I wasn't. So-
And some players are more comfortable doing that, you know, they seem more relaxed. I remember there was a men's player we had, who was
Well,
that way.
Isn't that who's under? He was here. He was our leading scorer, but he didn't start.
Mhm. Yeah,
There you go.
he had a smooth shot. He's kind of a smooth player.
Played good 7, 8 years in the NBA too.
Flashlights. You drop them. Is it good? It's fine.
Thank you.
But she's a little fine. She wants to look like that, but too. That's funny. Why never happened? And then there's so many time.
Ready, commissioners?
Yeah. That's what you call it.
I'm gonna move the county commissioners and including Chairwoman Boki, Vice Chairman Ford, and Commissioner McKinley, with Clancy Holman, Riley County Councilor, Shelley Woodard, Deputy County Councilor, attorneys for the commission, Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Director, and Anna Burson, County Appraiser, recess into executive session on a performance matter of non-elected personnel, exception to the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of the hearing and appeal of disciplinary action and to protect the privacy of the employee. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 12:30 p.m.
One second.
It's been moved and seconded that the Board of Riley County Commissioners recess into executive session until 12:30 PM. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And commissioners, we are live.
I move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I'll second that. It's been moved and seconded that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I move the record reflect action shall be taken consistent with the following consensus reached in executive session. County Commission approves the disciplinary action reviewed today in executive session with county, and the county councilor shall notify the parties.
I'll second that.
Need to vote.
I second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner.
It's been moved and seconded that the record reflect action should be taken consistent with the following consensus, which is approving disciplinary action reviewed today in executive session, and the county councilor shall notify the parties. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed.
Thank you.
What time did Commissioner Ford excuse himself?
11:50.
Okay, thank you.
You betcha. Made that thought.
Okay.
Knew the question was coming, huh? Almost like you're experienced at this.
I finally start paying attention.
Okay, is there any further business?
No. I don't want anything.
Okay,
The, what's it, January 4th meeting, Ron County Commission be adjourned.
I will second that. It's been moved and seconded that the Board of Raleigh County Commissioners are adjourned. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.